Yo, what's going on, X? How you doing, man? Damn, I didn't sleep till like 2:30 last night. Oh, tired. You got an exam for computer design tomorrow? Oh shit, dude. Have you been prepping and studying? How do you feel about the exam? Dude, my eyes so tired, dude. Fuck. It's easy. You're studying it for the first time. Oh shit. Computer design. Um, does that course have to deal with like the general structure of how a computer works, like the CPU, the RAM, the motherboard, the input output ports and stuff like that? Or does that have to do more with like no, that's a compiler course, I think, where you talk about the language and then it transpiles into assembly, which then or it's like starts from a certain language and transpiles down to binary, but doesn't everything transpile down to binary? Well, easy courses are always the best. It's like how visuals work. Oh, okay, okay. Gotcha, gotcha. Damn, well, yeah, easy A. Bump that GPA. Like VR, 3D models and simulations. Damn, that's crazy. I never even had that class when I went to university. Looks like the curriculum is pretty much like relatively up to date, I would say. US universities are, I would say, pretty out of date. At least most universities. I think maybe if you get to like MIT or Harvard, it's a little different. Your country, everything is 30 years old. Like 30 years old behind. Because I think having a course on like virtual reality and 3D models and simulations sounds up to date. But maybe, I suppose, the most modern like tech would be uh I guess like maybe augmented reality. I mean, obviously AI is like the leading like modern tech study now, but no use. So no use of study, only degree matters here and skills. I mean, fair enough. I would say 30 years old in education. Yeah, well, yeah, just get the degree. I know I had to take a bunch of courses that I never used in real life. Uh, but yeah, it's just the game we have to play, right? You know, this is the game of life. Get that A though, dude. Ace it for me, man. Let's say in your book it says make a 3D model using wireframe. Oh, yeah, what is wireframe, dude? Presentation of the modern 3 dimension specialized software, wire modeling, frame. When was wire modeling invented? Wire modeling, import surface textures, lighting, and shading to achieve photorealistic effects. Wireframe models are easier to create. 3D models, on the other hand, are more complex. When was wireframe created? It was in CAD software for like, I guess similar to used. It was used. CAD software is used in like mechanical engineering fields. 2015, 2013. I don't even know. It must have created before that though. Computer graphics. Isn't computer graphics like a pretty lucrative field to go into? God, this is so bright, dude. Wait, I already have it. Please add the extension. There we go. Oh, it's so bright. It was too bright. Not. You had to study XML for the last exam. No one uses XML, just HTML. Oh yeah, that's true. Ah, man, education will always be behind, but they use it as like a stepping stone to getting your job, I guess. So much dust on my screen. I think I'm gonna go wash my face. I feel kind of like sticky. Like I think I was sweating a little bit last night. I'll be right back. Yeah. Computer graphics is a whole different field. Yeah, I think I read a post somewhere where they said that AI was not actually affecting computer graphics specifically, um, and that the field is actually pretty safe right now. Um, but with computer graphics, I mean, you're doing a lot of linear algebra. I was never good at linear algebra. I've never been a math person. It's been tough, but yeah, it's okay, I guess. Uh, I have a BMW. Oh no, actually, damn, it looks like a BMW. I have a Mercedes. It's actually a 2019 C63. So, this car, I have more photos. I just didn't post them. Did I post them? Let's see. So this car actually, it cost me to buy into it was 46, and then modifying it and everything cost me another pretty penny. But I did a lot of the modifications myself. So the suspension I swapped out. So here, let me. I think. Do I not have pictures in it? Still. Yeah. So So you'll see how, at least for my car, I obviously modified the suspension. So what's the picture of it? It's not up to date. Yeah, this picture's not up to date. Oh my God, it's so compressed. But normally it sits, if you were to check this out, in stock height. Uh, so this is how it looks when it's stock. Like there's quite a bit of gap on the wheels. You can see from here. The tire or the wheel itself sits pretty far into the rear quarter panel. Same goes with the front fender, and there's quite a bit of distance between the fire and the actual outer fender. So what I did was I replaced it with, this is a UAS suspension. So I replaced it with UAS, um, front and rear struts with a UAS bag. But I'm running the Airlift 3P air management system because this was actually pulled off of what's it? No, you're good, you're good. So, this is the air management system, right? The way this works is this is like the CPU that controls the logic and the pressure management of all the suspension on all 4 points of the car. So for each corner axle, I guess, there's like a bag that sits here, right? So this air management system basically will calculate the amount of pressure in each bag because there's sensors in there, and you're able to essentially lift your car up or drop your car down with the press of a button. So it's super simple. When my car, oh, I don't even have a picture of it when it was stock. See, like in this picture, you can tell like it's basically pretty low to the ground. I don't drive it like this, by the way. It's just when I park it, I air it down, and that's how it sits, despite the fact that the picture is super compressed. And I think the most recent picture I have, see if I can pull it up. So, my car got rear-ended, so I paid 46 to get into it, and I spent another. I don't even want to think about it. I think I spent 46 to buy in, and I spent another like, I want to say close to a little under 20,000 US to modify it. So that included reusing the old suspension, the new wheels. Um, well, the wheels themselves were, let's see. So see my old car. I took the suspension from this old car and I translated it over to this car. But yeah, so I think I have a sheet of how much I spent. And this is with me doing a lot of the work too. This isn't even yeah, I spent close to 20, dude. Oh my goodness. But I mean, a lot of this is also I wasted a lot of money doing things that I mean, it's a hobby of mine, right? So, I obviously did some stuff that I didn't need to. Obviously, I had to spend some money on tools because I left a lot of my tools at home. Um, oh yeah, this was expensive too. Modern cars nowadays, they have a lot of, oh, so you guys probably can't see this. So modern cars nowadays, they have a lot of electronics, right? If you go and pull out a suspension in an existing car, chances are there's a sensor for it. Especially if you have an adaptive suspension, meaning that it can go from comfort to sport plus or even race mode, whatever you want to call it. So when you pull out the suspension and you replace it, it's gonna throw a code. So there are companies out there that make cancellation kits for this car, and I had to buy it, but I installed it and it went away. Uh, Obviously, maintenance is really expensive. All carbon fiber parts. This was really expensive because the car itself, they have catalytic converters. Those are supposed to, so the engine when it goes through the combustion cycle, it creates like exhaust, right? What's the name of my car? The name of my car is C205 C63. So it's not the S model. because it was slightly over budget for me. I like to modify my stuff, as you can tell clearly. I modified my S4. My G35 was my first sport car. Modified that too. Um, this one is this G35 is actually the car I practiced on. It was the first car I learned how to install suspension. The first car where I took off the front bumper, the rear bumper. I actually never had to take off the side skirt, but I had it painted and installed by shop. And then I think this car was also where I learned how to change my own oil and install my own intake, cold air intake. And then I did everything on the S4 except the air suspension. I had a shop install it because I thought this was gonna be the car I was gonna keep for a long time. But with my S4, the car caught on fire, and you know, unbeknownst to me, I had to get a new car. So after losing the Audi, I saved up a lot, and then I yeah bought the Mercedes, and I would say I miss having the coupe anyway. The S4 was nice as far as like practicality was concerned. Yeah, you have four doors, you can transport more things, it was a better grocery getter, all-wheel drive. But then moving into this Mercedes, yo, what's going on? What's going on, Washti? How you doing? Shit, hold on. Sorry guys, phone call. Hello? Hi, hello. Sorry, yeah, I was speaking to it looks like a recruiter was hitting me up, but the role he has on file is a bit too far for me. Um, in India price is almost double. Jesus, dude, no way. That's crazy. So we do get spoiled with vehicles here, but the reality is also that what is it? Like to get anywhere in here you have to drive. I know our public transportation here sucks too, so you kind of have to pick your poison, right? Like uh, if you go to a place where cars are extremely expensive, chances are you have much better public transportation. It's like that in New York. It's like that in uh, New York. At least in the US, New York has good public transit, and it's really, really expensive to own a car in New York. And if you go to like Taiwan, public transportation there is amazing. Like you can literally travel all over Taiwan without having to own a car. So cars there are actually like three times the price. A brand new, or even this car that I own now, if I owned it in Taiwan, I'm considered like a millionaire because of how expensive it is to import this car there. Um, yeah, yeah, exactly. So, I mean, if you end up wanting to like move to the US, get your visa sponsored and live your life out here, you can. I mean, you can do it and then get a car that you dream of owning. And if you're interested in building a project car and learning how to work on the car, I would highly encourage it because I'm a huge car guy, right? So like owning a car for me is not the same as just buying a car and just having it. um I like to change things up, modify it, make it my own. I like to learn about cars and the intricate details about like how the suspension geometry works, how exhaust velocity exiting the exhaust works, the full combustion cycle. Like, yeah, huge car guy. In fact, some would even argue I probably picked the wrong field. I'm extremely passionate about cars, and I probably should have went into mechanical engineering and tried to work for one of those big automobile firms. But automobile manufacturers, not firms, sorry. But I also really enjoy computer science, so it's not really like a hit or miss for me. Um, but yeah, dude, I mean, I think if you were to just own this car without modifying it, you could easily get away with spending, I don't even know how much it is right now, but let's see. If you were to own this car now, C, not CL, sorry, it's C63. And we'll set it local or we'll set it nationwide, I guess. Just out of curiosity, right? Uh, okay, and to be fair, there are multiple versions of this model, right? You can get a two-door or you can get a four-door. My honest opinion for me getting this specific car and why it made it so much more expensive was because it's a two-door. If you get the four-door version of this, I'll show you what it looks like. It just doesn't give the same vibe, right? Like this is a four-door version. It costs about 10K less than what mine cost. And this one looks like, yeah, it's like very poorly optioned. You've got a pretty nasty wood grain, gloss wood grain accent with no digital dash, with an outdated what's this called? Infotainment, right? Infotainment screen. So if you were to get a four-door, the lowest possible, but really low miles actually, it would only cost you like just under 40. But you factor in like tax and everything. Um, Once you factor in taxes and fees, you're sitting at, over 40. So you're looking at zero down. Yeah, taxes and fees sets you at 41. Yeah, mine's a two-seater. So it's, yes, if we were to look at this car, yeah, so mine pretty much looks like this. I have a digital dash. So this is 2020, right? Let's try to check out this one. It's a four-door. So this is a two-door, but I don't think this one has digital. So he has an analog dash. But my interior looks like this. I have two seats in the back. two seats in the front with pretty much the same thing except this red accent in the center striping of the chair. I don't have that. It's all black. But I have like yellow threaded accents and stuff like that. So best car I've ever owned, by far, hands down. I do have a video of me revving the car a little bit in one of my shorts, but oh yeah, like this one. So, it gets a little bit more expensive, especially if it's like a clean title. Usually the case will be such that oh, this guy, yeah, it looks like he had a lip on the car as well, but this is an S. I can tell by the red brake calipers. So usually the S models, they sit at, so I think out of the box, if you get a C63S, it comes with 460 horsepower when it's been dynoed. And then my car is actually 430, just about. But if you can tune the car and you do full bolt-ons, and by full bolt-ons I mean cold air intake, full exhaust system, decatted, you're probably looking at easily, you know, 550 wheel, something like that. Given it's two-wheel drive, so all the power goes to the rear and not all four. So you're gonna have to like pick and choose what you wanna do. Yeah, sorry, dude. You talk about cars, bro. That's like I start going off on. I love cars, man. I love cars. Hold on, I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back. Hella thirsty. Can you know more about myself? What do you wanna know? Like specific questions and stuff. Like professional career and where do I live? So professionally, I have about 3 years experience um at Walmart is kind of where I started my career. I'm a traditional university student, so I went through the university system before I landed my first professional role at Walmart. Yo, what's going on, unknown? How you doing, man? So, in the US, do you have to buy everything by your own? Do my parents support? No, my parents supported me up until I guess I moved out of California. So everything I have right now, I've pretty much bought on my own. But yeah, professional career. What do we call it? So yeah, I started the university path. Prior to university path, I was actually like a pretty big drug addict. So I got into the university system pretty late, honestly, later than most people. So anyways, it took me a long time to graduate university. I'm not smart by any means, it took me what 6 years to graduate. because I went 2 years into a local community college, and then I spent another 4 years finishing school part time while working. Um, and then once I graduated, my friend actually helped me study and basically like helped me land a really good role at Walmart. From Walmart, I basically put in as much effort as I could. I basically got a promotion, and then was able to kind of like start the own project or start the entire project from fresh. I was basically trusted to start the project fresh. So I led a small team of like 2 or 3 other engineers, and we were trying to rebuild the entire repository from scratch because the existing repo was just a huge mess. But yeah, like essentially everything I've learned could not have been done without the help of my mentors and my coworkers. Networking and building up a good network is really important. So you don't ever want to like shit talk people and be like a total asshat. I wouldn't be where I am now if I was a complete asshole. Not saying that I'm not, because I totally can be sometimes, but yeah, and then obviously they did a full return to office. That's not an option for me, so I rejected the offer of moving over to Arkansas. And yeah, here I am now, you know. Am I doing any CP or projects? Yeah, man, I have a project listed below. I can go ahead and show you really quick what it looks like. So this is the website that I developed. It's basically an e-commerce website. This is the hero page, so like users can, you know, cycle through and see photos and stuff. But then there is an about page, which the pictures look kind of slow, but I do cache it. You can like reset stuff. You can filter and it'll filter stuff. You can search, you know, chair, oops, chair, that, or you can lamp. And there's like a whole sort drop down here. Um, Nothing's in the cart right now, but if you do start adding stuff to cart, it'll pop up with subtotal tax and the calculated amount. Deleting stuff and adding stuff to your cart will update, so it'll show you how many items you have, not necessarily the quantity. I'm not sure if I want to change that to quantity or just the items, but anyways. So if you delete it, it'll update, and if you have free shipping, it'll say free shipping. If you go to checkout, normally it would work, but in this case, you have to run a Stripe server. I don't have the backend set up for the Stripe server yet, so that's still kind of a work in progress. Other than that, if you select toggles and you go out and back in, it will refresh and show you the toggles you have. If you change the filters, it'll remain based on the sorting preference. And yesterday, me and X fixed the issue where if you reload the site, it would actually show you a 404 error. Uh, but is this another bug I just found? Oh no. I don't know what the hell that was. Okay, but when you reload the page, it won't show a 404 error anymore. And this was actually resolved using create hash router, not create browser router. It seems pretty responsive. Oh, thank you, dude. Yeah, it's decent. I mean, it's not a very complex high level website, right? From a high level perspective, it's not complex at all. And I would even argue that the only thing that makes it relatively complex is the state management that I have going on. So if you were to check, so this is the code base. The only thing that's complex is the kind of like the foundation setup, like this repo setup is using NX. And NX was a bitch to set up, dude. I tried doing a micro frontend architecture for NX, and NX is a monorepo setup. So the problem with this is if you wanted to do a micro frontend architecture on a monorepo um, through NX, first of all, of course, you have to use module federation, but it and then introduces a lot of quirks and kinks, and so the way NX works is if you have an application and you want to basically create a library, your library houses other components, right? Like your UI components, your store, your Redux store, and all that other stuff like state management, right? So if you want to access all those things, you have to store it in a folder called a library. So the library is a separate NX module, pretty much. And in order to gain access to those modules in your library, you need to um, create this module as a library, create the sub modules like pages, store, and then you need to import it into the store. But when you introduce a micro front end architecture through module federation into your NX monorepo, brother, it was just bug central. Like I couldn't get anything to work. I think I struggled on it for it was like a solid week, a week and a half, and I couldn't get it to fucking work. And I got so pissed. I said, fuck this, scrap the micro front end. We're just gonna stick to a standard repository. So that's basically I converted to a standard repository. It's not a micro front end anymore. And yeah, I mean that's where I'm at now. I can show you. I think the Redux store I'm pretty proud about because I did create a slice specifically to handle API queries, um, which is pretty cool because you have your base URL here, and based on the endpoints, it will fetch products or it will get orders and handle user authentication stuff here. Turbo repo? Actually, I've never even heard about it. This is my first time hearing about it. Turbo repo. Scale your workflows. Endless monorepos. Simple setup. Turbo login, turbo link. Oh, that's pretty cool. Never even seen this before. Turbo repo, high performance, TypeScript code base. Uh, Monorepos have many advantages, but they struggle to scale. So this aims to solve that, which is what NX tried to do. Uh, right. So here you have apps, web, packages, shared apps, slash docs. Turbo repo solves monorepo scaling problem with remote caching. Means your continuous integration never needs to do the same work twice. That's kind of what NX does actually. Cool. I mean, this is pretty interesting. I would be down actually to create another project using Turbo Repo just to try it out. Sorry, I know I've fucking 4K monitor, everything. It scales really small in text. Um, they they do offer PMPM example, PMPM, create turbo, kitchen sink, non-monorepo, Svelte, Tailwind. That's cool design system. Gatsby, Docker, Express API, React Native. Guys, I want to learn how to do like mobile apps too, bro. I gotta create like the dumbest mobile app ever and just launch it just for fun. Yeah, I use Rollup here too, I think. Is it? Oh, I don't. I used Rollup in the micro front end, but it didn't work. Um, Cool. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I'll definitely try it. It's by Vercel though. Oh, interesting. Vercel. So a Turbo Repo is actually created by Vercel. Interesting. I had no idea. Well, I mean, I'm gonna bookmark it anyway because that's interesting. It's good to know about these things. There's so many different like frameworks and technologies coming out. You never know which one's gonna, hit the ground running or eventually, take off. But yeah, definitely worth checking out. All right. Sorry, I know today's probably gonna be kind of boring. I'm doing system design prep, so it might get a little quiet. Might not be able to chat too much, or if you guys want to chime in. But yeah, I have an interview coming up in about a week, so I need to focus. I don't even know what they're gonna ask me in the system design. Hopefully nothing crazy. Greatest idea ever bullshit. What if your wife decides to call it but is too angry with you and decides not to update you for the day? Your idea totally breaks. Actually, you've used both in the past, but it was a long time ago. You use other alternatives like Zistan, Jotai. Oh, Jotai I've used. Jotai's Atom is a pretty popular one. Was curious if you would have to run. So you've been preparing for the front end role. Was wondering if you would have to learn Redux, React Router. Yeah, so honestly, man, I would say out of all the available frameworks available for React as far as state management is concerned and routing, React Router and Redux is the most popular. If you're gonna go with any state management, you need to learn Redux and React Router. Hey, am I a fresher? I sometimes do feel like I'm a fresher, so yeah. So I would say out of all the tech I'm using in here, yeah, so yeah, Redux, very important. Do not think about not using Redux. If you're gonna use any state management, you have to use Redux. And then I'm using React Router, but it should be down here somewhere, I think. Where is it? Hello? Oh, sorry, it's right here. React Router. So yeah, React Router and Redux. These two, they go pretty much hand in hand for almost every company. I would not avoid learning these. Learn these first, and then if you want, use like Jotai's Atom and do it that way. But I would argue that Atom does have a couple pitfalls. You're using atoms to manage state, and if it's not going through the proper code vetting processes, then a developer can very easily start to lose track of where those atoms are being placed because you can technically create an atom locally within a file. And so the difference is instead of having this Redux store, right? For example, products. Uh, products is basically the single source of truth for state management right now, right? For Redux, if you want to know anything about my products, it is all listed here. The only thing that isn't listed here are the product types, which I have in this file here. So that being said, you can do the same thing with atoms. You can easily have a file dedicated to all the atoms relating to this specific file, but you will potentially have that you or someone else may have the potential to, like, let's say if I go to my products page, right? I could like create an atom here and use it here. And then let's say a new developer jumps in and says, well, I want to know, instead of going straight to the product slice to see, all the states and kind of what's happening here, you might just have like a loose atom here, or maybe even deeper in here, you have like a loose atom here, and it can easily get out of hand and won't scale well. And that comes down to like checks and balances, right? You're learning Python. What's my thought on that? I haven't really learned Python in depth. I learned it a long time ago, forgot pretty much everything. I would argue Python has its use cases. If you're going to learn Python, you need to find a job that specializes in utilizing Python, right? Otherwise, what is your goal? What are you looking for? What are you trying to achieve? If they don't use Python, then you probably shouldn't learn Python. You should probably learn like C++, or depends on where you're trying to go and what you're trying to do. I'm gonna black out my screen really quick. I need to sign a document, and it's private, so just gonna black it out for a little bit, and then we'll be right back. Appreciate appreciate it. Got what you're saying. State management is the most difficult part of front end, honestly, especially doing it efficiently. It's always hard and tough in the beginning. Um, Getting the basics of it will be, I think, relatively simple. Like it's a steep climb at first, but then it kind of levels out, and then it gets more complicated until you start to get into the intricacies of it. So, when you start with Redux, there's a lot of boilerplate. If you want to memorize and learn the boilerplate, you can, or just copy and paste it and get straight into the technicalities of how it works. Once you get used to it, I would say the prerequisite for learning Redux or any state management for that matter, you need to understand how reducers work and you need to understand how context works. Try to build a simple context reducer for a specific portion of your application, and then from there try to learn Redux because you won't understand how Redux works without understanding context and reducer, right? And basically, to put it plainly, context is like the state management part of things. Like, it holds the values that you'll be referencing and will never change unless you want it to change, and that's where the reducer comes in. Reducers define the actions that will allow the context to change. So get used to understanding how context works, how reducer works, because Redux builds on that, right? It makes context and reducer more efficient, but there's always going to be a trade-off. do you want to use Redux and create a little bit of a overhead for your application, or do you need to use context and reducer because the scope at which the state management is required is not necessarily going to um, the trade-off for the overhead of Redux is not worth it, you know? So it's not saying that once you learn Redux, you should replace everything with Redux. But at the same time, context and reducer is probably not worth it if because Redux kind of does it better if you're passing states across multiple parts of your application, right? So yeah, you got to know when to use it, why you should use it, how it works, and then learn Redux. Yeah. All right. I will bring back the screen now. Okay, I'm gonna close this. You just learned composites design pattern. What is that? One that is used for files and folders and uses recursion. Oh, that's pretty cool. It's neat. If I learned about it, I must have forgotten about it. It's been a while. That's right. Active passive. When active passive failover, heartbeats are sent. That's right. Private service sent by heartbeats interrupted. Passive server takes over. Resume service. Length of downtime is determined by the passive server running in hot standby or needs cold standby. Active passive failover can be referred to as massive slave. Active active. Both are managing traffic, spreading load. The servers are public facing. DNS will need to know what public servers. Active active failover can be referred to as master master. Yep. Disadvantages.
I'm just doing a system design prep. It's nothing interesting, to be honest. I know most people probably won't find it interesting. Dude, if you're getting clickbaited by a fucking stock image photo that literally looks like the most stock image photo in all of the web, the joke's on you, buddy. Dude. Either that or you're blue balled and you need to go find someone to fucking fix that problem. Transport layer. This is layer model. 7-layer model. This is application layer. Text protocol. Presentation, rest state, disadvantages. Okay. Yeah, I'm doing a system design interview soon, so I'm creating notes so I can reference it when I do mock interviews. Complexity. Everything is complexity. Buddy. Reverse proxy web server. You don't know what you want to do. You always want to be an engineer, but unfortunately got a CS degree working in a compa. What does that even mean? What do you mean you got a degree working at a compa? Oh, that was my question. I was like, isn't this pretty much a load balancer? But uh looks like I just don't understand. Hmm. Single reverse proxy, a single point of failure, configuring multiple reverse proxies, increase complexity as always. In a company, it's a startup, and you're not liking anything about it. So you got a CS degree, and now you're working at a compa, a startup company. Yeah, I mean, dude, the landscape right now for web development engineers is rough right now, I feel like. But you know, you can use this as a transitional period. So basically consider it as a learning experience and then continue applying for jobs, see if you can land a different role and move on from there, right? Single responsibility principle advocates for small asynchronous or autonomous services that work together for rapid growth. Workers and application layer also help with asynchronism. Let's look at microservices, which I understand the basics, but microservices, suite of independently deployable small modular service. Each service runs a unique process, communicates through multiple. User profile, follower, feed, search. Microservices add complexity in terms of deployment and operations. Yeah. now we're at the database. Relational Database Management System, RDBMS. So master slave replication. Atomicity. Durability. It's uncommitted. So there are many techniques to scale relational database, such as master slave, master master, federation, sharding, demoralization, denormalization, and SQL tuning. So the master reads and writes to more than one slave. Yep, I remember. You don't know what project to make. You can't even write HTML, but you don't want to learn. But it's not hard, but you don't want to. You have solid understanding of machine learning. I mean, if you don't want to learn HTML, then focus on projects that build off of machine learning and go into a field that doesn't require HTML, right? Like this should be database. Inside database, we have relational database management system, master slave replication. This is oops, master replication. Reverse proxy, load balancer, layer 4, layer 7, and horizontal scaling. Content delivery, push pull, that's fine. Failover and replication. Scalability, core problem. So solution 1. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate it, Aryan. How you doing, man? We have Federation. Forms DB, master slave, master slave. What the fuck? Master slave replication. Yeah, replica. Yeah, that's what that stands for. Replica. Master slave replica. I'm assuming this is active passive. Federation splits database by function. For example, instead of single monolithic database, you could have three, one for forms, users, and products, resulting in less read-write traffic for each DB. Therefore, less replication lag, smaller DB results, and more data. Cache hits. No single central master serializing writes. Is not effective if your schema requires huge functions or tables. You would need to update application logic to determine which DB to write. Federation adds more hardware and complexity. Now we're at shorting. It distributes data across different databases. Each database can only just subset of data. Nice acting, bro. What are you talking about? You must be super insecure if you think I'm fucking acting or something. Shard goes down. The shards are still operational. Although you'll add some more for application operation. Increase. Okay. So much to go through. Shard can increase load to that specific shard. Based on consistent hashing. Data for multiple shards is more complex. Sharding adds more hardware complexity. Okay, so I'm not demoralization. Denormalization. Okay, well, I'm gonna go pretend to go eat because Varma says I'm acting. So, see you guys in a bit.
What? Shit. Hey Krishna, how you doing? Welcome back. Hello, hello. How's your studying going? Did you take an exam recently? I think you said you were studying for one. 700? Did I really just hit 7? What's up, Milk? Do you see my pin of shame? This guy says I'm acting, dude. If I'm acting, I'm actually the world's best actor, I swear. I don't know how I can act like this for like 12 hours or like more.
You just passed 12th grade pursuing BCA in AIML. Oh, right on, dude. Hey, congratulations on your graduation. So, cheers to you. I have club soda. How you doing, Milk? What's going on, bro? Oh, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I have zero plans, but it's interesting because I didn't think me streaming me doing boring, mundane things was gonna interest people, but I guess building software projects is relatively interesting. So yeah, pin of shame, pin of shame. uh, dude, we had another person that came in earlier and said he got clickbaited by the thumbnail. I was like, bro, come on, dude. I don't know what era we're living in, but how's your summer? You're in summer break now, right? How's your summer break going? Still in a bit of a hole, but picking yourself up. Yeah, I mean, whatever it is, I hope it passes by sooner rather than later. You want to do the same thing, but you're bad at writing software. Would be nice if viewers can teach. I mean, you can't really rely on a um a viewer to teach you. You kind of have to teach yourself, right? When you see me streaming, I'm usually just teaching myself with occasional um critiques and advice from experienced people in the chat. Do I know about the Ford tuner car? I don't. What is that? Toyota Ford tuner? This must not be available in the US. Yeah, I've never actually seen one on the road. Summer break, you have 1 week and then you got your internship, which you look forward to. Much needed distraction. True, true. Good, good. Well, happy for you. How about me? I'm in the process right now. I have the contract role. It's in the works. It looks like it's about to go through. So, uh, if it goes through, I will be streaming less because I do have to work. Um, but I still plan on streaming when I can, and it will be a mix of like probably gaming and also nah, 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 it can't be. I will be streaming more so on the weekends, and it will be like continuing to prep for, future job roles, interview prepping, and probably enhancing my project a little bit more. We recently fixed an issue where before, when I would reload the page, like let's say I'm on products and I hit reload, it would actually throw a 404 error. I don't know why this doesn't reset. I need to fix that. It's a bug. And so that's been fixed. X helped me out. He helped me identify what was causing the issue, and then I found a solution. So we implemented that. And then on top of it, what else? On top of that, dude, what the fuck, bro? Okay. Um, yeah, so I think aside from that, for this project, I think I'm just gonna implement, oh yeah, I need to fix this issue. So it's not fully responsive, web design. It's responsive up to like here. And then it just breaks. So some of these components need to be I guess I guess the border box or the sizing of this, it doesn't have, it has a max value and it kind of gets clipped here, and it's happening on every page. Like the about page does that. The cart page, if I add stuff, does that. So go here. Yeah, see, it does that here. So I need to create a layout for this. And then I think orders also does that, I believe. So if I go to orders, yeah, see, it's really, really, really bad. So I need to fix this. It's gonna be probably if I after the interview or after I get the job, I'll be doing that. I'm gonna get a job before GTA 6. Oh man, that's funny. Dude, by the way, I'm super excited. Did you see the Witcher 4 announcement? I'm fucking stoked, dude. I love The Witcher 3 and I cannot wait for Witcher 4. Hey username, you have 3 months before your internship application. How do you grind lead code and how about personal projects? Okay, personally you have 3 months. Okay. I use this app called Anki. I'm very, very backtracked right now because I have not been studying lead code. But you can use Anki, and what you do is you also include the Neetcode 150 deck, right? So just search up Anki Neetcode 150. From there, you go to neetcode.io, and this is the roadmap, okay? So you start with arrays and hashing, then you go to two pointers and stack, then binary search, sliding window, linked list, and so on. You walk down this tree and you use Anki to reaffirm the techniques you need to apply for each problem. Once you have the patterns down, then it'll become a lot easier, and then you can move forward from there. Because usually the interviews will be some kind of subset of this problem or like a derivative of this problem. This SUV is known as the king of cars in Indian Road. No way, really? Are you planning to get one soon? Am I using Angular? No. So this is actually a React project. I can show you really quick. Um, where is my... So if I pull up, so this is a React project, and you'll see my project listed below. Basically, the goal of this is to utilize essentially all the basic fundamentals that you'll need for like a mid to junior, or even just a mid-level engineer potentially. Depends on your frame of reference. This could even be mid to senior, but not even really, I don't think. Um, so this is using NX as the foundation for the entire repository, which utilizes the apps to library modules setup. But yeah, from here I use React Redux to kind of convert React into an actual framework, because that's kind of what it's missing, right? Aside from that, yeah, it's pretty much just a full-blown React application. But yeah, you can check it out in the link below. You saw absolutely hyped, dude. I can't wait. And honestly, I really hope I don't need to upgrade my hardware, because if I have to upgrade my hardware, I'm gonna be sad. Because right now GPU prices are fucking expensive, man. What is it like? 590 for sale. Nvidia 590 RTX. Well, it's out of stock right now for sure. Oh, well, I mean, it's being scalped like crazy. Look at these prices, dude. What is this? This is the price of like almost a really shitty beater car here in the US. Spending this much, you could build a full PC for this price. What the fuck, dude? I'm hoping we don't need to upgrade our GPU, but but now that I'm running a 4K monitor, I don't know, man. I definitely won't plan on upgrading this until I have to, but we'll see, I guess. Am I mugging up questions? What do you mean by mugging up questions? You never heard of Anki for Leak Code? Thank to YouTube algorithms for the stream, dude. No problem, man. Yeah, it's been helping me quite a bit. I've pretty much gone through all the like arrays and hashing. I'm like a hash map whiz now, so you can definitely do that. and just stay on track. Try to grind out at least like uh, through deep learning, right? Try to grind out maybe like 5 problems a day or something. Yeah, yeah. I don't know why it's so expensive. I would honestly rather spend that money on my car or something. This is too much. Or like a new keyboard because I've been wanting to replace this jelly for a while. Um, or yeah, it's just because I fucked up the anodized frame that goes around it. It's been scratched up to hell. But yeah, anyways, it's expensive because I think supply is low, demand is high as per usual. So I don't know when this is gonna drop in price. But did they even release the minimum hardware specs for the Witcher 4 hardware requirements? Well, this necessarily I'll be running at like 60 frames per second if this is the case because their recommended is for this, but they don't say what the resolution is. I'm assuming it's recommended this if you have like a maybe like a 1080 monitor. Oh, you don't have to owe me anything, bro, but I appreciate it. Thank you. 2-ish months of rent for one part is crazy. Dude, that's what I'm saying, bro. That's actually my fucking mortgage. Like, what the fuck? It's a full-on mortgage payment. Like, this is insane. But, uh, whatever. I guess it's cool, man. You know, AI meeting notes. Let's see. Redux is good and a game changer. Pretty convenient to share and have stay easily accessible across components. The only thing you don't understand with Redux and NGRX is the historical state you read. Historical state? Actually, please explain because I don't even know about historical state. Um, I'm actually kind of curious now. Because historical state, like when a state updates, it obviously needs to well, you dispatch it, it just makes a comparison and then it updates, right? So historical state, does it even store historical state, like the previous state? Mugging up leak code means you're just memorizing the solutions from leak code without taking time to think or understand the problem itself. Oh, hell no, bro. You need to think and understand the problem itself. I wouldn't mug up leak code for sure. I can, yeah, because it's not gonna help you solve future problems if you run into it. But the point of Anki is not to mug up leak code, right? The point of Anki is like you need these are fundamental core patterns that you're going to see in other problems, right? So the point is yeah, like if you mug up a solution, you're not going to remember how to actually solve it. So if you get a variation of that problem, you're going to get stuck. I do have, let's see, where is it? Don't I have a leak code? I think I have a leak code folder. No, let me see. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, let me open this. See, like in here, I have see, like here's one that I failed on multiple times. So I had to do word break, which is LeetCode 139, and I'd not only saw the solution, but I literally walked it out. So you start with step one, you go through it, and then you keep going, step two, step three, so on and so forth. Well, I mean, you can use any tool. Like any tool can be presented to you in one way, and that's how you're supposed to use it. But is that how you are going to use it? That's up to your discretion, right? Like you can give me a gun, you can tell me, hey, it's supposed to be used to kill people, but am I gonna go out there and shoot 5 people on the street? No. You gave me a tool, I'll decide how I want to use it. So, because these are all core fundamental like patterns, right? So if I can understand how to solve this pattern without memorizing it and understand exactly how it works, then I should be able to apply it to the other one. You've counted 4 different instances of lonely males getting clickbaited to joining the stream. Yeah, it's a different world out there. I didn't even realize. My assumption is that they're just all young and they don't really know what the hell's going on. Yeah. It's my server. But the good news is I heard a lot of companies are switching over to practical programming because of AI. So like my next interview is going to be it's going to contain a CodePen interview portion and then a Express Draw IO thing. What repo am I using to refer to system design? Oh yeah, dude. Let me just copy and paste it. I need to yeah, this is what I'm using. I'm actually tracking all my notes here in Notion. And the cool thing about Notion is let's say so let me just highlight this so I don't forget my spot. So in this repo, it will ask you to design a key value store for a search engine, right? So then I'm gonna go to Excalidraw, sorry, not Express. So I'm gonna go here, and this is how I'm gonna mock interview myself. I'm gonna be like, okay, so here's like my DB, or like I can use a circle or something, right? So this is like my DB, and then I'll try to draw up my solution here in Excalidraw. And then and then once I'm done, right, then I can go here, look at the solution. Oh shit, it looks like I'm missing, a query API or reverse index or whatever. Then I go over to Notion. I'm like, okay, do I have like, eventually I'll have it, but let's say I look up like cache, right? I'll start in here. So I can search cache. And then it'll tell me, okay, I have caching in all of these files here. So I'll be able to reference like, oh, I can go to the main file, caching. And it looks like caching is also used here. So then I can brush up on the system design portion and then move on to the next question. What is practical coding? Practical programming is basically what you're going to be doing at work. So it's not neat code, or a leak code style interview where, I mean, like for backend, you'll probably need a certain amount of leak code. But like for front end specifically, it's just like, for example, let's create this called, let's see, let me create a new file here, test.tsx. So it'll be like, they'll be like, oh, okay, hey, can I use JSX and TSX? This is, fuck, this is supposed to be TSX. Hello? Okay, there we go. Cannot use JSX unless JSX. Oh, because this is a server. Fuck, my bad. Let me delete this. Let me just go over. Actually, it's fine. It's fine for the error. We don't need it. So they'll just tell you, hey, like, create let's see, platform. They'll be like, oh, create like a navigation with these cards. So then you'll just, instead of writing lead code, you just be like, okay, well, like here I have a div. You'll create like I don't know, index.css file, define your styles, in here maybe like this is class name, lol, nav, and then this will be like nav, just like actually coding it out and doing shit. So yeah. What's my age, bro? I look old to you? Dude, is that why you're laughing? Holy fuck, dude. How old do I look to you, dog? What the fuck? Damn. I'm unk. I'm unk status. Super unk status. Hey, before you start blaming me, I didn't even call you unk today. Alright, that's true. That's true. Fair enough. Um, yeah, your boy is getting up there. Wait, but some people ask me if I'm what do they call me, like an entry level engineer. Some people think I just joined the programming world. Dude, I know, man. At least like make it sound better. That's like so direct. Holy shit. All right. Milk. Stop. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. You know, if you're gonna tell them my age, you want to at least be honest. I'm 50. Database. The normalization. Dude, no, bro. I told you I'm 50, homie. You walk back your statement. I'm mature and have knowledge and experience. You just wanted to be nice. uh, 36. Oh man. Dude, I cannot wait for you to hit 36. Am I active on X? Nah, man. Twitter seems so like useless to me. Um, the funny thing too is I'm not even a really big social media guy, even though I do stream, which is really odd because it's not something that yeah, it's not something that I normally do, I guess. But you know, I can't believe I can't believe you think I'm 36. Why do I look old to you? Hey, hold on. Pushcar. Why do I look old to you? What makes you think I look old? I want to know those facts right now. I'm gonna tell my fucking girlfriend, dude. Babe, babe. Someone said I look old. Someone said I look 36. Yo, what's going on, Gamer247? How you doing, brother? Them glasses aren't helping. Dude, I life just looks clearer with glasses. I know. Well, when I go out, normally I don't have glasses. Or if I'm not like reading really, if I'm not studying, I usually don't use glasses. But 25. See, gamer's got the right idea, dude. Gamer thinks I'm 25. It's the glasses? Oh fuck, dude. Oh my god. Okay, this is how I look without glasses. Everything's a little bit more blurry. I have astigmatism, so it doesn't. It's not super helpful, I guess. But it was just the glasses, bro. Oh man, dude. I have old man glasses. What glasses am I supposed to get so I look young? All you fucking youngins, dude. The man does not look like he's in his 20s. Milk, stop being the negative fucking advocate of me looking old, okay? Jesus Christ. Absolutely the worst. you'd say wear contacts, but you hate them too. Yeah, bro. Like, why do I have to put my finger into my eye and like fucking do that shit? Like, it's such a, And then here's the thing too: if I'm out and about and some shit gets in my eye, then I need to pull the contacts out, and it's like, I think my vision isn't so bad that I need contacts yet anyway, because I think I don't know what's my prescription, but it's not terrible. Yeah, and contacts are a pain. Yeah, fuck that, dude. I'm not gonna go down that path. But um, yeah, I don't know. I just wear it to study, because it makes the text a little bit clearer. But usually, if I'm playing games, well, sometimes when I'm playing games, I still wear it because everything looks clearer. But maybe I'll look younger in the future by not wearing glasses to appease to make myself more confident. How do you get interviews? I would say it largely depends on your resume, how you structure your resume, as well as what kind of experience you have. So let's say your resume doesn't have any like solid projects that you can use to showcase, then you might be in a bit of a problem. Because if your resume is empty and you have nothing to show for it, then how are you going to get interviews to begin with, right? Um, unless your question is how do you get interviews? No, that's most likely your question, because if the question is how do you get to the interview phase, you just need to pass the assessment and phone screen. But you know the culture and the way I feel like we phone screen here is largely going to be very different than the way they phone screen there in India. So you'll have to reference like online forums and blog posts about what is the best way for you to get interviews in your location. But I mean, generally speaking, it's about the same. Like, you know, you gotta make sure your resume is able to get parsed by AI because every company is doing that. You need to have enough buzzwords and keywords that the AI will recognize this as a good resume. You already have the basic CRUD and landing pages. So a good example of a project that utilizes like look at the job postings, right? Look at the job postings, see what technologies they are requesting or they're using, and then try to build a project around that. Because or gather a bunch of companies and then keep a list of what technologies they're using, back end and front end, and then build a project based off of the most common technologies that they are using from the list you have, right? So, you can create a simple list like a table, right? So you can do table like, I don't know, React. This one would be like MongoDB, and then this is like maybe NoSQL or something. Like, just keep a list, and then like this is maybe 1, 4, 5. You can even say like, oh, here's like Angular, and maybe Angular is only 2. Then you know for a fact, then, hey, I want to build a project that includes React because this is the most commonly used. It seems like MongoDB is probably the next most commonly used like database, I guess, like storage solution. And inside they use maybe like NoSQL, PostgreSQL or something, right? So I mean, this would probably be a subset of that. But anyways, I would keep a table, track what's most commonly used, and then build a project around it. AI is very good in backend. I don't know if I believe that, man. Because I use AI. Like, have you actually been in the professional field? Do you know what it's like to code professionally? Or are you just like you just graduated and you're just trying to get a job? Slack group bio. So you know what it's like to code professionally? I find that hard to believe though, because then how are you saying that AI is so good that it's replacing back-end jobs? There's literally no way. AI can't even do the front-end jobs properly. Yeah, dude, there's literally no way. What you mean to say, what I think you mean to say, okay, yeah, only 1 year experience. I don't know if you understand the depth and the complexity of a particular system, whether it's, you know, the back end sort of port of side of things or the front end side of things. What AI will do is replace junior developers. That much we know. But as far as replacing people who have a expertise, a knowledge of like multiple frameworks and the architecture of front, back, and DevOps, impossible. And I will tell you right now, for even the project I was building, AI does not give me the right solution like all the time. In fact, I need to guide AI, and oftentimes it will give me a solution that fucking sucks. I need to find a solution on Google and then tell it to use this solution instead. It's no, dude, no, bro. Like, yeah, with 1 year experience, I do not believe you actually understand the capabilities of AI. It's really not there, and it could be there like in the future, but like, is it there now? No. You're feeling quite a bit of you're feeling the AI scare. Why are you feeling the AI scare? You're feeling the AI scare because corporate companies are pushing this idea that all software engineers are going to be replaced by AI. That's what they want. Why do they want that? Because they're profit driven, okay? They don't care about you, they don't care about me. They want dollar signs. They want money in their pockets. Okay? So the question is, do you want to feed into that fear, or are you going to actually learn why and how AI is restricted in certain instances, right? Yeah, yeah. I mean, it is true. They are cutting corners and they're doing as much as they can to get rid of us. But um, that's why I said it previously in one of my other streams. Like the next 5 to 10 years or so, it's gonna be rough because they will be replacing entry level positions with AI. Because if I'm gonna be honest, the AI does code better than like entry level engineers. Um, you know, the way I coded when I first joined Walmart, you know, it was trash, right? And AI could definitely do a better job than what I was doing. Can AI do a better job than me now? I would argue no, because I have a much better understanding of the fundamentals and the core foundation of what goes into building a front end application. The AI doesn't. And even if I use Cursor and I feed it a bunch of context, it still has no fucking idea how to piece anything together. I can, however, ask Cursor, which is using Gemini, a very, very specific problem, and it will help me debug it and come up with a solution. Whether or not that solution is actually a good, efficient solution, debatable. Sometimes it's okay. Sometimes trash, pure trash. And I need to go online, look at documentation, Google other solutions, check Stack Overflow, and all of those sometimes will generate a not so good solution. All of which I need to feed back into AI with my found Google searches, to then generate another solution. It's not there yet, dude. It's we're far from it, you know. Very, very far from it. I'm not gonna be able to remember all this shit, dude. AI art is much more reliable when it comes to the result of Boonie. Decent artists still get commissions. Yeah, exactly, dude. Yeah, it's a lot of fear mongering, man. There's like so much fear mongering and fucking everything is over. And I mean, I'm not saying that that's not warranted and um not something that you're I mean, you have every right to be freaked out about it, right? Like, you know, obviously like it's affecting me too. It's affecting senior developers as well, but it's not the doom and gloom you think it is. And the only reason you think it is because you're listening to these corporate suits. Do the corporate suits even know how to fucking code? No. You know, does like even Zuckerberg, does Zuckerberg code? Fuck no, dude. The guy didn't even build all of Facebook. He stole the code from someone. And this guy's pushing AI, trying to replace the entire workforce because he's delusional, man. Dude, like, yeah, like people need to not be like sheeps and need to be able to think for themselves. Like, if you if you if you worked only for 1 year and you don't have that much knowledge, you need to assume AI can do your work. Why? Because your work is considered to be pretty generic and it's doable. But then when you look at the broad scope of things, it's not the case at all. Hard not to get scared, especially when most of the AI discussions are extremely pro AI or fear driven. True. Yeah, I think AI is here to stay for the long term. If our government starts to regulate AI, then other governments will choose to completely unregulate it. And then there's like an AI arms race right now, basically. Um, yeah, who knows what's gonna happen, but I don't know. It's totally normal to have that that fear, though. I guess even I'm kind of a little bit concerned about it, I guess. Do you think after 5 years, there will be a big AI bubble pop and the market crash with every part of the money flow from 99% earned to 1% rich people? What's my view on it? Am I learning MongoDB? Sorry, there's a lot of things going on. Hey Crimson, I'm doing really good, man. Thank you for asking. How about yourself? And I am not learning MongoDB yet, but I have it planned. But yeah, so in 5 years, 10 years from now, so here's my take. Um, AI does have limits. Okay, its limits are the data it's being trained on. So currently, with the amount of data available on the web, there is a large set of really poor data. In fact, when I use Cursor, there's a decent amount of time where the code it spits out is a solution, but it's a very hacky solution. And the solution, it is not a clean solution, it is not a maintainable solution. And the reason it's that is because it got it from it was trained off of like really shitty solutions it found on the web, right? So if this keeps up, okay, if they don't solve a problem for training the AI on good data, which it's going to be really tough, right? Because the only way to train it on good data is to actually go and reach out to what is it? I think like other corporate entities to like pay them a massive royalty or something to get a hold of their code and then to train the AI on their code, right? But if you think about it, it's an AI arms race. So Google is not going to be able to pay another company to get their code, and this is all like confidential information anyway. So where are they going to train their data on? It's probably the rest of it is just like shitty code. If they keep getting trained on shitty code, then and the more that companies rely on AI and not actually humans to double check their work, there's going to be a lot of security problems that show up. There will be a lot of like unmaintainable code that developers go and try to fix, but will actually end up breaking like five other things. So yeah, in about 5 years or 10 years, whatever the case may be, probably 5 years, what's going to happen is all these companies are going to realize the shortcomings of AI, which some companies have already done, because some companies went full all in on AI and are now hiring engineers to clean up the mess. So, and by some, I mean like very few. I think I only read an article about one specific company that went through this problem. But yeah, so in 5 years, when this goes down, there's actually going to be a shortage of engineers because engineers who graduated recently are either going to stick with this and try to weather the storm, or a lot of them will actually just go into a completely different field, right? Because their mindset is our jobs are going to be completely taken over. I can't do this anymore, so they're going to go into a different field. So it's up to you in that point where it's like in 5 years, are you going to be the one who is going to be continuously learning and building more skill sets to add to your like your repertoire or whatever? Or are you going to be the one who says AI is going to take over, doom everything, and I'm just going to go find a different field to work for? Those are really only your two options, you know? I think it's going to crash, and I think they're going to hire more engineers to clean up the mess, and it will not be fun work for all the engineers who have to do it. But this is the world we live in. Corporate companies are not technical people. The suits and ties don't know shit about tech. They just think they do. And yeah, I mean, they're profit driven. What can I say? No way. Is Duolingo really in a PR nightmare because of AI? Dude, what? Okay, bye, babe. Drive safe. Love you. Duolingo used to hire contractors, people who actually understood and knew the language they were offering, but ever since the AI boom, they have switched to AI to teach languages on Duolingo. It's been terrible. I've been using Duolingo to refresh myself on Russian. There were two Americas in English and two Russian translations of the word on the right, and it told me to pick one. Yo, that's crazy, bro. Yeah, man, there are so many pitfalls with AI. It's insane. Leave it to the fucking non-technical people to make all the decisions. I mean, of course, I eventually want to be a business owner, but I think I wouldn't make a decision not based off of, stupid, oh, what the fuck? Based off of like only my mindset and other business people and not technical people. I think that's really fucking retarded. The way you motivate yourself is that you just need one job. If every AI is taking over, there should at least be one job post for you. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, man. You just need to keep going at it, you know. You may even want to consider like picking a niche. That's a potential solution too, because web development itself is not a niche anymore. It is pretty much the go-to solution for all software engineers. So you might want to consider picking a niche. That could be another solution. They have tried explaining themselves 3 times, but still not walking back on it. Damn, dude, they're gonna lose a lot of customers. Money talks, man. People just need to stop using Duolingo then. Hey Leo, what's up? What's up, baby? Hello? Yes, Leo. What's up? Yeah, you want me to pet you? Is that what you wanted? Is that what you wanted? Butt rub? Butt rub? Butt rub? Butt rub? Butt rub? Yes, yes, yes. Good butt rub? You like good butt rub? Good, Byron. Yes. You like that? Oh, okay. Yeah. Now you want pets? Yeah, you want pets? Oh, yes. Shit. Leo. Can you guys see Leo? I can't even tell. Oh, you cannot. Can you see? Oh, can you even see him? Can you see him? Is the camera gonna? Here, here, come here. Leo, come here. This is my favorite. My favorite. You're my favorite. Yes, you're my favorite. You're my favorite. You're my favorite. I'll give you a little face rub. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're so handsome. You're so handsome. You're so handsome. Can you give me a kiss? Just kiss. Just kiss. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Yes, yes. Kiss, kiss. Kisses. Moment kiss. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Oh, yes. Thank you, sir. Oh, thank you, sure. Thank you, sure. Oh, okay. Thank you, sure. You're so cute. You're so cute. Okay. Yes, okay. All right. Belly rub. Belly rub. Yes. Daddy need to study now. Okay. Daddy need to study. Gonna. Oh, shit. Okay, my bad. You got scared. Leo, it's okay. Did someone get banned? Oh, no, no, no. The most beautiful husky ever. X tends to retract some messages, I guess. I forgot that I can use the pin of shame, but I think I'm gonna pin of shame people more often. It's kind of funny. Structured data, strict schema. finally this. Jesus. Client dispatch checks cache. If it has cache, goes in here. Otherwise, goes to server or worker. Worker store cache result. What do I think? Which field currently has the most jobs in the market? Um, dude, I don't even know. I think C and C++ programmers are probably relatively safe. Um, Probably because always high in demand and not too many people available. Similarly, uh, people who do like graphics engineers that use like linear algebra the whole time. X has taken your favorite spot as regular. You guys are all my favorites. But yeah, so I would say like graphics engineers are probably always in high demand. I feel like take everything I say with a grain of salt though, because I haven't done like a ton of research. Um, but I would think because when you're writing graphics, it's like some pretty heavy like computation required like process, and I don't know if there's like a ton of solutions, and they're constantly innovating. Like if you look at UE5 and what the engine's able to do, it's pretty fucking impressive. And I don't think that's all AI. What else? Uh, we always need electricians and plumbers. If you want to be an electrician or a plumber, you'll always have a job. Um, yeah, but in reality, yeah, I think web development itself is at big risk for now. Um, yeah, I don't know what else to think about. Mobile development's also at risk, apparently. I did a little bit of research, very light research. Apparently, it's at risk with AI right now too. Um, say maybe like DevOps is pretty chill, but DevOps is not really a role anymore. They kind of just force software engineers to do it. So basically, I think you're still fine if you have a wide breadth of skills, right? Like not just front end and back end, but also a little bit of DevOps and stuff like that. Do I have to do a course? You have to be certified, I think. You have to be you can get a certificate a certification here as a plumber in the US. Same with being an electrician. The reason why companies are able to force software engineers to learn all these things like DevOps, front end, back end, is because we don't have like a formal certification process here. So you can't be like a certified front end engineer. You can't be a certified back end engineer or even a certified DevOps, right? Engineer. But yeah, and then so they kind of just force us to do everything. But as far as other fields, yeah, you can be a certified mechanical engineer, petroleum engineer, all these things. They all have certifications, like legit ones too. civil, mechanical, and ECE are in demand. I mean, they've always been in demand, no? I don't think they've ever not been in demand. I believe they've always been in demand, but maybe I'm just out of date or something, I guess. Oh yeah, I'm playing music, but I think I'm gonna get the stream's gonna end because last time I played music, they copyright struck me and stopped my stream. So unfortunately, I am not able to do too much. Yeah. All right, cool. Sounds good, X. I'll see you later. You'll start applying once your portfolio is done. Sounds good, dude. Yeah, when it's finished, I want to see it for sure. Definitely excited to see all the animation and transitions, dude. It's gonna be pretty cool. What's my daily schedule look like? So I usually start streaming between the hours of like 9 to 11. And I usually end around like I would say around 6, maybe 5 or 6. Um that's kind of the idea right now, except with my interview coming up, I'll probably be streaming a little bit longer, especially as the timeline gets shorter. Um, Once I get a job though, I'll probably only be streaming maybe on the weekends. So yeah, it's gonna slow down quite a bit actually once I get a job. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, fingers crossed, man. Thanks for hanging out, dude. I'll see you next time. Yo, what's going on? Welcome back, X. What's going on, dude? Oops. Which tool am I using to make notes? I'm using Notion. So if you look up Notion, so I'm using Notion to write my notes. And if you can mention your portfolio and your resume as a project, I would list it. I would list the specific project within your portfolio because it's kind of different, I guess. So like your portfolio will usually contain projects you've made, right? I'm the opposite. I have a project that I created, but I don't have a portfolio. So I would list your projects that you build inside your portfolio and then have that specific project in your resume. Because your portfolio is just a portfolio. Um you you could potentially start with that if you don't have anything else. I mean, it's something, right? Um but I think a good resume should still have a project that, you know, doesn't just display information statically, but actually has to display information by like fetching it from a database. So that would be, I think, a lot more relevant than strictly just like a GSAP based portfolio. You have an e-commerce project, kind of like Airbnb project, and third, e-commerce, Airbnb one, and a third one. Yeah, you should totally add them, and then you can add those as your projects. I think that would be better, for sure. Oh, jeez. Oops. Oh, you're gonna show me once everything's set up? Cool, cool, man. Looking forward to it, dude. Excited. It's under no sequence. CDN is a type of cache. Another rejection email. Sick. Check it out. Looking for. So apparently they did check out my resume and it actually seems they liked it, maybe. Switch. Hi. Okay. I don't know when I applied, but high touch. It's rejected. New applicants. I don't know when I applied for this. Just put it I don't know, 5.5 I guess. Oops. Oh no. Didn't mean to do that. Gather and express in some form. thoughts on most of the Europe soft blocking travel to the US? Um, as a retaliatory-ish way of basically saying tourism is closed off from the rest of the world as far as the EU is concerned. Um, Fair enough. I mean, I think what I don't necessarily agree with everything that Trump is doing. Um, I mean, you already know I lean right, but I just wish that there was someone a bit more stable running the entire operation. Um, so I say fair enough. Yeah, dude, like it's gonna be hard on a couple different sectors in the US, but what's really fucking with most of us here is the fact that tariffs are causing businesses to raise their prices. I don't think it's gonna convince a lot of companies to force manufacturing and agriculture to move over here to the US. So basically, all the prices that are raising is just gonna be offset to us. Therefore, yeah, I don't know. Guy's crazy. Don't really know what he's trying to do. If the EU feels that it's worth it to kind of like convince people not to go to the US, to basically lower the tourism rates and stunt our economy even more, I think the people who decided to vote him in just need to learn from it. And it's gonna be a tough time, but what else? Like, what else can we do? There's so many idiots around the US voting and doing stupid shit. So yeah, that's fine though, I guess. I'm impartial. I think it's fine. I think it's a good thing actually. Like people need to learn not to believe everything they read online and make um critical think like they need to have more critical thinking, dude. A lot of people here just especially like the boomer generation, they see the news and they're just like, "Oh, that's what's going to happen. This is the truth." And I don't know, man. It's crazy. Why, what are your thoughts on most of Europe basically kind of banning travel to US? Oh, that's so weird. What the hell? Yeah, I guess it didn't go through, so I might need to pull up the history through you by entering the what you were saying earlier again. I think I might get the Chase Bank job, JP Morgan Chase job. It looks like I'm on my final interview round, but obviously it'll depend on their compensation package and whether or not they provide a relocation package as well. Am I gonna have to relocate? It'll still be in the Dallas Metroplex, but the location of their office is like basically 40 miles away. If we factor in traffic, I mean, I'm looking at over an hour and a half there and back, which means 3 hours out of my day I'm sitting in traffic and driving. So, given that, I would really prefer just actually just moving the house to a different location. It will be tough to sell this house for sure right now, especially in this market. I'm gonna have to take a loss for sure and price the house lower than I than I can't sell it at the price I bought it, so I won't break even. I'm actually gonna lose like probably like 40,000. You're actually being silenced? What the fuck? What did you do? You did something. YouTube doesn't like you now. You're not allowed to say the thing for traveling. Um, okay, break it down into sections. Give me the first part, give me the middle part, and then give me the last part. We'll see which one got silenced or which one got like like I guess hidden, and then we'll see what YouTube doesn't like. Whoops. So they are warn people because wrongful. Ah. So they warn people because wrongful deportation is a really serious issue. Yeah, they treat people like crap too. That must be it. Deportation. That's crazy, dude. Oh my god. This platform actively tries to. Yeah, they just put in like you can't use the word deportation or something. And the TSA has been holding people and asking them about their political beliefs. Yeah, that's so weird, dude. Like, why? I yeah, I don't know, man. You know, there was a time where you were like, you're proud to be an American. Um, right now is not one of those times, unfortunately. But you know, and yeah, when I heard about that, I was like, dude, that's crazy. The fact that they're willing to like the whole idea is like freedom. We're supposed to be free, but then it's becoming like a fascist state or a fascist nation, which is wild to me. It's the very opposite of what we're supposed to be, which is against communism and fascism. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Has to be the D word. It's funny, dude. I haven't worked out in so long that I did a back workout. What did I do? I did a back workout, and then I think I just did a back workout. Is that all I did? Yeah, I was supposed to do legs, but yeah, my legs. So my back workout incorporates a little bit of legs, especially when I deadlift. Dude, my legs are sore. My legs are sore. Only my hams though, not my quads. Ugh. Slowly getting into it. I purchased some creatine. Your boy's gonna get back on the bulk. Um, I was 190 when I was lifting a lot, and I could push hella weight. I think I maxed out my weight in my house, which was deadlifting 3 plates, 25 and a 10. Can't do that now, but gonna be back on it. So it's been a serious issue, and that might see multiple warnings. Trying to travel there now. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, man, fascist US for the win, huh? Proud to be a fascist. Get put post patch delete. Can I move this? Get post put patch. I mean, technically it's in this order, but get put post patch. Damn. I know. Yeah, it's rough, but just gotta slowly get back into it. It's tough, once you stop, it's hard to get back into it, but yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We'll baby steps, baby steps. I think right now, last week I did chest, this week I did back, and then I think I went walking with Amy yesterday, and then what am I gonna do? And then I'm gonna try to do legs this weekend if possible, but it's gonna be tough because my legs are still really sore. At least my hams are. Um, and then slowly I'll build back into the schedule. It'll be chest, back, legs, arms. Yeah. And I'm also switching up my workout routine. So now instead of hitting max weight like powerlifting and shit, I'm going for like high repetition um with as much weight as I can, with like trying to hit like 60 reps or whatnot, because I need a little bit more I need a little bit more, I guess, like I'm focusing on health and not just like massive size and strength, which was what I was doing before, but I guess priorities change. You're more of a stay active type person, all about health and stuff, even though you hate it. Yeah, yeah, I feel that 100%. Oh, just gotta do what you gotta do. And surprise everyone when you're all over the court in tennis. Hell yeah, that would make me happy too. Yo, what's going on, man? How you doing, brother? How you doing, brother? Where am I from? I'm from the land of freedom, baby. Bald eagles, guns, and gasoline. How about you, brother? Where you from? Clap, clap, clap. It's a bad time to be an American. The whole world is talking shit right now. Land of the free. Okay, buddy. Oh, dude. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. You know, I used to be able to say that without any repercussion. Now it's like, questionable. Questionable. Like 6 rights away from being China at this point. Damn, if that ain't the fucking fact, dude, that's fucking funny. It's true though. God damn it, dude. Jesus. Notion, thank you. Trigger words these days. Any summer plans, even though you're a proper adult who will probably have a job soon? Yeah, I mean, I guess if I get the job at Chase, which it seems like they want to move forward with my application, I think the next interview is just going to be talking about like my role there, kind of what I'm going to do, what the project's based on, and then potentially work out details about like my total comp package, and then that's when I'm going to ask them like, hello, I need help selling my house. Please, dude. This market is fucking terrible. Please help me sell my house. If I'm gonna move over there and work from the office. But yeah, other than that, if I do get the job, I think me and Amy are probably gonna take like some time to just like go enjoy ourselves. Yeah, it's been a pretty stressful past couple months. Um, I'm really glad I went to go seek out some help regarding like my mental health because I didn't really believe in that stuff before, but yeah, it works. Like it worked for me anyway. Cause like like why am I stressing out about a fucking job, dude? Like I live a good life, there's not sure, yeah, like I'm probably gonna lose the fucking house if anything happens, but you know, I think I just lost focus of what actually matters, which is not great. But um yeah, so you're gonna buy the house if Leo comes with it? Oh no, it's never gonna happen. That's my dog. That's my dog. And actually it's Amy's dog. He's like overly attached with Amy. We did the thing where it was like um what? Cannot load the image? Oh sad. Okay. But yeah, we did this test where we both ran in opposite directions and we are like, Leo, come here, Leo, come here. You know where he went? Straight to Amy. He was just like fucking looked at me, looked at her, looked at me, looked at her, kind of went towards me, stopped, and then just went straight towards Amy. And I was like, come on, dude. Come on, bro. What? Dude, go there, please. Goodness. Oh, shit. Always known who's the better parent. He gets so excited when she comes home. It's adorable. Dude, I know. Uh, I mean, I still take care of him. It's not like I don't. he just prefers her because she spoils the shit out of him too. But she's like a real mama, you know. She's like an actual, uh, like she's straight up like mom, you know. And can't replace mom, that's for sure. Bro's jealous. Nah, dude. Oh, oh my god, my back. All right, so I'm gonna do some solo mock interviews because I don't know how to learn things by just reading material all the time. I just need to fucking do it. So, can I not select this as study guide and Anki flashcards? Damn! Fuck, I need to do this too? Brother. I'm so glad they have it though. System design deck, exercises, object-oriented design exercises. Hey, save that. Save this. System design primer. Oh my god, bro, how many Anki stuff do I have? I have leak code. Dex. My import file. System design package. Yo, this is depressing. In India, every big education YouTuber is coming up with web development courses. Like, why? Holy shit. Um, I think it's a good way to just make money, honestly. Cause like if they share some stuff on YouTube and they then publish a course, if people really want to get into the nitty gritty, they can. It depends on the pricing of the course too, right? Because maybe sometimes, well, obviously if you lowball it because cost of living in India is a lot cheaper, people will just go to that course. Um, I think as long as the quality is good though, it's not a bad thing. But yeah, it's definitely something that it's just another way to make money. But why is it depressing though? Every big education YouTuber is coming up with web development courses. So you're basically saying instead of getting free resources, they're now making you pay for it. Is that kind of the problem? Is that why it's depressing? Oh, I already have that. What am I talking about? Let's import system design exercises. Designmit.com, pastebin, Amazon sales. Oh, brother. Fuck me, man. It's gonna be so hard. Should definitely OOD design a deck of cards, constraints and assumptions. Oh, oh, fuck. Oh, this is tough. Oh man. Oh man. There we go. Oops. Mhm. Maybe the order in which I should do things is through Anki first. Performance and scalability. So performance is essentially the how fast performance is how quickly a user is able to specifics. Basically, the how fast a user can make its way through the application itself. Performance. Well, performance is a local problem, while scalability is performance is how quickly you can process a request, whereas scalability is how well a system can manage throughput and limit bandwidth. This text, I can't read this text. Why is it so? Increasing performance means serving more units of work, but it can also handle larger units of work when the data set grows. You have a performance problem when the system is slow for a single user. You have a scalability problem if your system is fast for a single user but slow under load. Latency is throughput is like bandwidth. Latency is basically the if you have good connection, it's usually high latency or low latency. High latency, and latency governs the it's like ping. Latency is the time to perform some action to produce some result. Latency is the time it takes to perform an action and to generate some result. Throughput is the number of actions or the result of per unit of time. Maximum throughput with acceptable latency. Latency is lag. Throughput is right. And what is lag? Lag is the time it takes to perform some action to return a result. Throughput is the number of actions per unit of time. Okay. Consistency patterns. Acid? Cap theorem. It is cap theorem. Oh my god, I can't fucking read this, dude. Definition of CAP theorem. Every read receives the most recent write or error. Consistency of data. Weak consistency is after a write. Reads may or may not see it. Best effort approach is taken. Approach is seen in some systems as memcache. Weak consistency works in real-time cases such as video chat, real-time multiplayer games. If you're on a phone call and lose reception for a few seconds, when you regain connection, you do not hear what was spoken during connection loss. After a write, reads will eventually see it, typically within milliseconds. Data is replicated asynchronously. The approach is seen in systems such as TNS and email. After the write, reads will see it. Data is replicated synchronously. This approach is seen in file systems such as RDBMSs. Strong consistency works well in systems that need transaction. Availability patterns. Yeah, this either. Availability patterns. We have failover and replication. To ensure something is available, replication just means we're adding more units to more units of resource. Active passive. Failover has active passive or active active. Disadvantages of failover. Failover adds more hardware with increased complexity, potential loss of data if the system fails before any new data can be replicated to the passive. So this is active active, active passive, and this is master slave. Active active can also be considered master master. Yeah. Master serves, reads, and writes, replicating, writing to one or more slaves, which only serve as reads. Slaves can also replicate additional slaves like in a tree-like fashion. If the master goes offline, the system can continue to operate in read-only mode until a slave is promoted to master or a new master is provisioned. Additional logic for promotion. Both masters read and write and serve and coordinates with each other. If master goes down, system can continue to operate. You need a load balancer, or you'll need to make changes to your application logic to determine where to write. Most master systems are either loosely consistent, which is violating ACID, have increased write latency due to synchronization. Whoops. Search. How do I search? Search. Sid. Atomicity. Each transaction is all or nothing. Consistency. Any transaction will bring database from one backward state to another. Atomicity. All or nothing. Each transaction is all or nothing. Consistency. Any transaction will bring the database from one state to another. Any transaction will bring the database from one state to another. Isolation, increasing transaction concurrently has the same results as if transactions were executed serially. Oh my god, I'm so confused. Durability, once a transaction has been committed, it will remain so. Asset properties, foundational concept, relational databases. I have a notion. Relational database is like a SQL collection of data sorted as the table of activities. Relational database model. This is GSAP. Structured data, strict schema, relation. SQL is a relational database. SQL is defines. Let's imagine you were to transfer $100 from savings account to your checking account. transaction is committed. Crashes where occurs. System must not leave the accounts in its inconsistent state. Atomosity ensures the entire transaction is then rolled back, which is why it's important we're using money to define this. Database returns the state as it was before. You haven't lost $100 in thin air. Prevents data corruption, ensures operations must exist. Terms and transfer must be atomic. Yep. All of it. So consistency ensures the transaction can only bring the database from one valid state to another. Guarantees the data will always be in a consistent state and adheres to all defined rules, constraints, triggers, and cascades. The database has a rule that an account balance cannot be negative. Transferring $100 from saving to checking is consistent. The initial state is valid. Suppose you were to transfer 600 into the savings account, consistent database will reject this transaction because it violates the no negative balance rule. Prevents illegal transactions from corrupting the data, ensuring integrity and correctness of the database according to its own rules. Isolation ensures correct execution of transactions results in system state that would be obtained if transactions were executed serially. One transaction intermediate state should be visible to other concurrent transactions. Transmitted ATM might run after debits and it would read savings, checking, or total balance is incorrect. Mm. It's a transaction. Transferring confirms transaction committed immediately after service. master is loosely consistent or loosely consistent. So master. Conflict resolution. I need to rest my monitor. Fuck. Break time. Oh, I did not answer for you, but yes, Norway. I like hopscotch. It was my favorite game when I was a youngin. When I was in fucking kindergarten or whatever next possible thing, you know. Hopscotch is cool. I like hopscotch. Back in the 1963. I'm getting tired. I spent a whole day just writing notes. That's such a waste of my time. Was it actually a waste of my time? Fuck. Oh, sorry. I was past the. Oh, my mind was already past the whole hopscotch kindergarten thing. Uh, yeah, I'm getting like exhausted from just reading the notes all day. My mind is kind of like overwhelmed because, I mean, if you think about it, um, just went through all of this today, and this doesn't even include the all those subsections, like yeah, all that stuff here. Oh, dude, my brain is kind of slowly turning off. I don't plan on sleeping late though, because another reason is because I slept at. Me and Amy watched a movie last night. We watched the assessment. Whoa. We watched the assessment movie. Uh, this one, and it's cool. Like it's pretty decent. Um, yeah, it's a long ass movie. It's a slow burn, very slow burn. Um, like over 2 hours long, and yeah, I mean, oh, I mean like almost 2 hours. My bad. So we ended up sleeping at like two something. Fuck, dude, that was crazy. Then I woke up tired as fuck, but at least we finished the notes. I have about a week and a half left. No, a week and like 3 days. So I think I kind of just want to chill. Low key, I just want to chill, dude. But I think I'm gonna, let's see, review the Anki cards I failed, at least until I get them right. And then, no, bro. It wants me to do everything. Fuck. Okay. How was it? Is any good? All right. So this movie, my honest opinion, slow burn, takes a while. Definitely not bad. Definitely not bad. It's pretty interesting. So I'll give you the premise, right? I'm not gonna spoil it for you. Basically, in this new world, okay, they literally call it the new world. There is a old world. Uh, through the process of global warming and numerous other stuff that happened, the old world is no longer habitable. If anyone exists in the old world, we don't know if they even survived because the weather, the climate, the situation is essentially just there's no hope of survival at that point. The new world is a contained system in which people essentially need to they answer to a governing power, right? And this governing power says you cannot have a child. To have a child, we must first assess whether or not you are capable of having a child, and whether or not, and based off this assessment is also concluded like immediately. So they will send an assessor out. The assessor will then try to see whether or not you're actually capable of having a kid. And at the very end of that 7 week assessment, that person will determine whether or not you guys are like on the spot will say you are denied or you are accepted into having a child. And then at that point, the child is genetically created from like a little like it's basically a test tube baby, right? So the child is created and then sent to them. So it's a dystopian story about how a couple is trying to have a kid and need to walk through the processes of actually acquiring said child. Um, Definitely a lot of drama, a little bit of like a thriller aspect, although I would say it's less, a little bit of a thriller aspect, but not so heavy on the thriller, more of like a mystery. Yeah, and then you go through their story and you walk through kind of the discovery of this government power that's forcing people to do things a certain way because resources are I guess limited, right? Because you're only in a specific area and you don't know anything about this. Well, they say the old world is gone and people can't survive, but we don't know if the old world actually is. And so no one and neither does anyone else in this new world, right? So yeah, I mean it's worth a shot checking it out if you're into movies. I've been watching a ton of movies, so this is just one of them that I watched recently that I thought was pretty decent. But yeah, rating wise, I would say um the ending low key. I wish was not cut so short. It's one of those endings where it leaves it up to you for interpretation. Um, but I kind of wish they didn't do that and they kind of gave us a bit more in the end. The ending kind of killed it, so I would say like a solid 8 out of 10. It's a good watch. It's a good watch. Uh, oh, if you have you watched Sinners? Yo, Sinners banging 10 out of 10. Like I would go watch Sinners. If you haven't watched any movies, Sinners first for sure, and then yeah, and then when you have time, you know you want to watch something else. I would, actually, now that I think about it, if I put Sinners as a 10 out of 10, I would say Assessment is more like 7.5 out of 10. Um, it's interesting. It's more philosophical, I guess. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's one of those endings. Yeah, it's like, eh. Also, I mean, I'm not gonna be the one to say it. I'm gonna put it out low key, but use a I'll go to sflix.to/home. You can find movies to watch there, but make sure you have an ad blocker because it's super heavy on the ad block. Also, cannot guarantee whether or not the movies will load properly depending on your location. Maybe it'll be better, but yeah, that's what I would say. Um, but by far, movie of the year for me has been Sinners. It's just such a unique take on a historical viewpoint that I never thought they would actually go, and it's so creative and so like it was produced by moviegoers and movie like obviously the director's not a moviegoer, right? So it was produced with passion. So I would say watch Sinners. Um, Preferably actually in a movie theater because I think the music, the score, the ambiance and everything in this movie is by far one of the best I've ever seen. I can't say that enough. We watched it here at home, but yeah, man, it deserves a proper like theater watch. It's just such a creative movie. Yeah, I've never seen a filmmaker take it in this direction. Um, I'll just leave it at that because there's quite a bit you can spoil with just mentioning certain things. But yeah, very very surprising, caught me off guard, and I loved it. See what else is there. Yeah, Sinners was so good. I really want to watch Final Destination, by the way, and the new Avengers, but still waiting on you know for them to release. I guess once I have a job, I don't mind paying to watch them, but as of right now, your boys saving the monies. So yeah, everything, yeah, yeah, everything is like really like a spin-off or half-assed. Have you seen it? Do you have you already seen Sinners? Accountant 2 was actually really good too. Uh, what is this? Lost in Starlight? Oh, it's PG. Never mind. Not really interested. I only want the R movies, dude. I want shit that's crazy. You watched it in the theater? Oh, dude. I might go back to the theater to rewatch it. It was so good. Oh my god. I honestly will probably go back to the theater and watch it. It like it's cool cuz like it's one of those movies where you actually don't get tired of watching it the first time. And it's not like if you watch it a second time, you're going to notice things probably that weren't there. Everything's going to be exactly the same. But yeah, dude, it was so good. Um Dude, I need to start going to theaters more often. Me and Amy used to go to theaters all the time, but you went because from promo the soundtrack was amazing, dude. Yeah, that. Oh man, like I saw the trailer and I was like, this shit is sick. It literally threw me off because in the beginning it was like you would think that it's a movie about like slave trade, right? You would think it's a movie that's based on historical standing. It is accurate as fuck. It's going to be about how the slaves, they like rebutted against the whatever, what was it? Me and Amy, we both thought it was going to be a movie about like the KKK. How about like how like the southern what was it called? The Southerners basically lost the war, and how now there's like an uprising of like ex-slave traders who wanted to punish the slaves that were given freedom. So we thought it was gonna be like that. Turns out it wasn't like that at all, dude. It was something else. Like it was something else entirely, and I don't know how they made it work. But the transition from like, oh, this is a movie about slave trade, and this is a movie about how basically slaves are gonna rebel against the ominous power of the KKK or whatever, and then now it's like, oh shit, we're somewhere else completely now. Oh, you've been going to theaters this year just to leave the house? Oh, nice, hell yeah, dude. I've been thinking about going to theaters just by myself to go watch a movie because I used to go to theaters to watch movies with my brother, but obviously my brother's not here anymore, so yeah, I was just thinking about going to movies to watch by myself. But yeah, right now just watch at home. I don't know. I'm like, dude, I am so stuck at home and like just such a homebody now. It's actually rare for me to go out and do stuff. Uh, which I don't know if it's a good thing. Like your boy needs to go touch some fucking grass, that's for sure. What are some other movies that you've seen that you would recommend? Is Final Destination good? I'm actually like really really hyped up about Final Destination. I really want to go watch it. I rewatched all the old Final Destinations, and say what you want to say about them, but I thought they were fun to watch. So definitely very interested in the new one. I want to see how like what deaths they set up. It's a good mental once every once in a while. True, true, makes sense. Have you seen the Thunderbolts, the new Avengers? I want to go watch this one too, actually. The Amateur. Haven't watched that yet. You watched Minecraft movie? 2 out of 10. And the new Avengers movie. Dude, you know what's funny? So Amy really likes the cutesy shit, right? So she likes, cartoons and stuff like that. I think one that made her cry was this one. So she likes movies like this. She likes, the Wild Robot. She loves Lilo and Stitch. So I picked out the Minecraft movie for her because I thought it was something that we would both enjoy. And by the way, the Minecraft movie on Rotten Tomatoes audience rating was 85%. So I was like, it has to be good. And while I was watching it, I was like, dude, I feel like I'm 5 years old. Like this movie did not hit for me at all. We both stopped it and just switched to a different movie. It was pretty terrible. How was the new Avengers movie? Was it good? The new Avengers. What's it rated? PG-13. Why can't they ever make like a rated R one? It'd be so much cooler. Oh, you love animation movies too. She picked some weird ones though. Like I mean, okay, The Wild Robot, bro, it was a good movie. Okay, like even I was surprised it was a good movie. But sometimes she picks like a weird one where like it feels like I'm watching the Minecraft movie. So yeah, when she picks those movies, it doesn't hit for me. I will like I will vet myself as a movie fanatic. Not a movie fanatic, but like I really like movies. So I consider myself as kind of a movie buff. So she just now lets me pick the movies. But I do have a list of movies that I think I have saved for her. So in case she what do I have to? Why are my notes not showing up? Interesting. Guess my notes. What? I guess my notes aren't saved in here. Crazy work. Crazy work, dude. But I have a movie in here. So I've been meaning to watch Flow with her. It got 98%, so it must be good. I think she'll like this. She will probably end up crying on this too, is my guess. Is this one good? King of Kings. This is another one. Got 97%. Yeah, Minecraft, we gotta get rid of that. The Minecraft one is fun to watch in theater because of the audience. That's why it has such a high rating. Oh, that's right. Yeah, otherwise it's freaking bad. Dude. Yeah, I don't know how it has such a high rating. Um, I'm hoping Flow and King of Kings will not be the same thing as Minecraft. I actually haven't even seen the trailer. I don't even know what it's about. Hold on, let me mute my Spotify and then we'll watch the trailer really quick, I guess. Very interesting animation though, I guess. International film. Oh, there's no audio? That's crazy. What's going on? I thought it was supposed to be Mac OS audio capture. Is it this one? Hmm. I thought I set it up last time. Why is it not playing? Okay, well, anyways, I'll figure out what's going on. All about animals. Dude, she's gonna fucking love this movie, bro. Look at all the cats and shit. Look at the dog and like all these things happening. I mean, she'll probably love this movie. And then I think The King of Kings is another one. I don't know why it's not playing the audio. Why is it doing that? Let's display. This, how's that display? It ain't on stream. Oh, what? Wait. Do I have to do this again? Let's do this, and then I have to do this. Fucking Mac, dude. Okay, and then I do this. Oh, what? That was an OBS error. Okay. All right, I'll play the flow again. So I realize So I think she'll like this one. Okay, so all right, so I think she will like that one, and then I think King of Kings was the other one, which I have not seen yet. So pause, bro. Pause, bro. And then
Ladies and gentlemen, excuse me for just a moment.
King Arthur!
Get down from there!
1, 2, 3!
You are not King Arthur!
Charles, you're going to tell him a great story about forgiveness.
Can we do this without the cat?
Stop right there.
Our story begins 2,000 years ago when baby Jesus came into the world.
Wait, stop. If it's not about a king, then I'm not interested.
This story is about the King of Kings.
If you're with me, then I know that I will fly.
It has angels and wicked kings and miracles.
Look at all the fish!
Oh, so you want to hear the story now? Why don't we help Jesus along the way?
seems cool and all, but I'm actually not very religious, and I think this is like a very religious movie, so probably not gonna watch it. Not that I have anything against it, just feel like it's gonna try to convince me to become Christian. Oops. Oh, and I have to watch the new Mission Impossible. So Mission Impossible, Final Destination, Adventures. Yeah. Alrighty. I think that's it. Oh shit! I have to get Leo his flea and tick medication. So I'll go do that. And yeah, I think I'm gonna probably end it here. It's kind of late. Mentally tired. Gonna check out anyway. I see there's a couple of us still here, so fantastic. Gonna go ahead and resume the more painful system design interview questions and studying prep tomorrow, and I will catch you guys later.